once you establish a session, then I was saying that when you implement this with certain, I was saying that I was saying that when you implement this with certain, I was saying that
index first, then only you will be able to create any other indexes. So let me create unique clustered index first. I've created unique clustered index. The index has been created. Now, friends, if you go ahead and execute the query, execute the query the view, select star from view. If I execute the query, the output will be faster than earlier. And if you look into the execution plan, it is simply clustered index scan. So this index is our index that we have created on top of the view. Earlier, our plan is go to multiple tables, fetch them, and then multiple joins, and then and then you need to sort the data. So a lot of things that you have been performing. Now, after creating a view, you are just executing the query, done. SQL Server is simply going ahead and touching only one table and scan entire clustered index, so that you will be able to get the output. Now, if at all you want to perform some where condition on top of the view, select star from table name, view name, where sales is greater than 20,000. If you want to query your table like this, yes, you will be able to query, and you will look into the execution plan. SQL Server is doing a clustered index scan to get that data. So friends, with that, a basic introduction to index view is also done. Let me quickly show you one aspect of index view. So as we have discussed few things like index, if you use a subquery or if you use a self join, index cannot be created on top of a view. All those things we have already discussed. But one more important thing is, for example, if you want to find running totals or sales per lab per month along with a running total, then you would like to write a query like this. So there are multiple options to write the same query, but I would like to show you one important aspect of using indexed view inside a inside a subquery. So that is the point I want to make. Indexed view inside a subquery. So if at all you have written a query like this, so what we are trying to do, we wanted to calculate sales per lab per month, and also the running total, and also the running average. These are the three things that we would like to perform. To do that, we are going ahead with the subquery procedure. We have other procedures like window functions and joins as well. You can see all these things. You can write an email to me at satya@sqlmistos. I'll share the script. These are all the different ways you can write. But if at all you have used a subquery methodology to identify, if I execute this particular query to get sales of each lab per month along with running totals, if I execute this particular query, the query is executing. Okay, this query is executing. It will take a lot of time. Last time when I executed the query to test it, it took more than 5 minutes to complete. So it is a simple indexed view, and we are just doing a we are just calling the view inside a subquery. Why the table is taking a lot of time? It's an indexed view. It should work very, very fast, right? So let me stop execution because it will take more than 5 minutes. So let me stop that. So what would have happened? Why this query is taking a lot of time to execute? So let me investigate that quickly by looking into the estimated execution plan for this particular query. If you look into the estimated execution plan, and let me go back to the query, if you see, the indexed view has been called once here and the second time inside a subquery. So if you look into the execution plan, once SQL Server directly access the indexed view, for the second time where you have used the indexed view inside a subquery, instead of using the indexed view directly, SQL Server expanded the indexed view and accessing the underlying tables. Just because it is accessing underlying tables, it is taking a lot of time. Why? The rule of SQL Server is that whenever you use indexed views inside a subquery, SQL Server will tend to expand the view to access the underlying tables. If you don't want SQL Server to expand, then you can use this table hint, query hint called with no expand. If you give this particular hint to SQL Server, then SQL Server will not expand the view. So let me execute this particular query again by using the hint. If I execute the query, see the output is done. Within less than 2 seconds, we have got the output. And if you look into the execution plan, one cluster index scan, sorry, cluster index seek, and other cluster index scan. So we are able to access the data very, very quick. So one thing is that SQL Server is able to you're able to hear me fine. Okay. So last one moment I'm lost. So I quickly repeat what I've been telling. So by creating an index on top of a view, one thing is that you will be able to access all the, you are not accessing all the underlying tables individually, you are directly accessing a single object. And one more important point that you need to remember is whenever you are using an indexed view inside a subquery, SQL Server tends to expand the indexed view and access underlying tables. And you need to look for it and then put that hint called with no expand, so that SQL Server will not expand the view. That improves the performance of that particular query. One more thing I would like to show you is, just because we have created an index on top of a view, and now instead of accessing the view, we can directly access this particular select statement, right? We have created index on top of a view. Now we are not querying the view, we will just querying the general select statement. Even though you just query that select statement, SQL Server is intelligent enough to access the indexed view instead of going into underlying tables and access the data. So this is another advantageous thing. So SQL Server can able to think that, okay, this person is asking for this select statement with all these joining conditions. With all this, I already have an index. So instead of going and accessing all the underlying table, joining them together and performing aggregations, I can simply go ahead and fetch the data from index view. So SQL Server is intelligent enough to understand all these small nuances. So I hope indexing on view is also clear for all of you. Let me go back to my slides again and quickly summarize what we have discussed till now. We have started with introduction about views. What is a view? View is a virtual table. It doesn't have any physical representation, and it is generally used to implement security mechanisms and good for performing aggregations. So these are the couple of things that we have discussed, and couple of limitations like order by cannot be used inside a view unless top is specified, and why modifying the data through views is not a good option, and then couple of things around indexed views. So with this, friends, we have come to the conclusion of today's session. And again, thanks to the sponsors that helps us to organize all these kind of events. Thank you, everyone. So with this, I am open for questions. We are on time. Yeah, we are on time. I finished my presentation in 50 minutes, so we have 10 minutes for Q&A. So please put your questions in chat window. I'll go through them and try to answer whatever I can.
Thank you. Yes, if you have questions, please write them in the chat or in the questions part to be able to read it.
Mm. So I couldn't see any questions in the chat window. Is there any other thing that am I missing, Stefka?
No, I don't see questions. Also, I think that we can give. Yeah, there is one from Sonia and one. Can you share the scripts, please?
Yeah, sure. Please write an email to Satya@SQLMaestros. I'll reply immediately with the scripts.
Okay. Does anyone want to ask some other question? Let's wait for 2 minutes to see if somebody wants to ask something to give them time.
Sure, yeah.
So there is no other question. So thank you for the presentation, Ramesh, and have a great day or evening.
Yeah. Thank you, Stefka, and thank you, SQLSaturday Plovdiv team, Plovdiv team, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present in front of all the audience. And thank you for your time.
And thank you too, and have a great day.
Yeah, great day. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
So, hello again. We are continuing with the next presentation, which is external tools for Power BI. Georgi Petkov is the presenter of this presentation, and I give you the presentation rights now for Georgi to be able to share his screen. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes,
Good
thank
morning.
you. Good morning. Hello, everyone.
I can
Okay.
hear you well. I see your presentation, so have a great presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So, okay, let's get to work. Today we'll be talking about I will be talking about external tools for Power BI. The topic came out of many conversations with fellow colleagues and professionals from the BI field. Some of them knew only some of the external tools. Some of them didn't know about the external tools available for Power BI, and most of them were amazed of the flexibility they give. So I decided to present this to you, in case you haven't heard of some of them, or you don't know all of the possibilities they give. I would like to thank our sponsors for making sure this event can happen. A little bit about me. I'm a BI consultant at Astra Bulgaria. My professional skills and knowledge is mainly oriented towards Microsoft BI stack. I work with Power BI from 2017 in project-wise, but I've been researching and playing with it since 2016. Recently, I've been migrating my focus towards Azure, the Azure world. And without further ado, let's go through the agenda. We have a few topics. First, we'll discuss why external tools. Why should we use them? What they give us? And we'll go through the three main tools, which are DAX Studio, AOM Toolkit, and Tabular Editor. At the end, we'll have a Q&A session. So submit your questions, and we'll go through them at the end. Okay. Why using external tools? These tools give us flexibility to issue queries against the Power BI model. Maybe some of you know that the backbone of any Power BI desktop file is a tabular database. So through DAX Studio, for instance, we can issue queries against that database. We can do analysis of our model. We can analyze where our model is causing some has some drawbacks, where it can potentially be improved. It allows us to edit, not DAX Studio, but in general, the external tools allows us to edit easily our model without any delays, without any lags. Because we know that probably if you've experienced it, that when you work with Power BI desktop file and it gets larger, it causes your computer to basically run out of memory, and this causes lags within the interface. So with the external tools, we can escape from those lags and those irritations that it causes in our daily work. We can automate things. We can set and follow best practice rules. We can easily compare two different Power BI files and deploy changes from one to the second. And these are the main advantages external tools give us. The first two, DAX Studio, as I said, it allows us to connect to our Power BI desktop file or a published data set, with the caveat that the dataset needs to be under premium capacity in order for us to connect to its endpoint. It also allows us to connect to analysis services instances, both on-premise and Azure analysis services. We can run DAX queries against our model. We can analyze the performance of those queries. We can also analyze the size of our model, and issue queries against the dynamics management views, basically manage our model if this applies mainly towards already published datasets or analysis services instances which are in use. With this being said, I'm going to head over to a demo file that I've built. This is our Power BI desktop file. We have 4 tables. I'm going to create a simple graph, which is going to be total sales per year. I'm going to grab my calendar year. And I'm going to grab my total sales. Here's our simple graph. From here, we can open our performance analyzer, start the recording, and reload that graph. When we open up the different components of the loading of that graph, at the bottom we have copy query. We can copy it, go to external tools. You have an external tools ribbon here on the top. It's consisted of these 3, but you see them only if you have installed them prior to opening your Power BI file, and they are a compatible version with your Power BI file. So they need to be a version after issued after August or September 2020. I'm not sure when this was introduced, this ribbon was introduced, but they need to be a version after that. So if you have the latest versions of both 3 programs, you'll be able to find them here. You can also have a separate shortcut and run them not through Power BI, but through their access. I'm going to open DAX Studio. And this DAX Studio is already connected here in the bottom left corner. You see that it's connected to a local host on port 6723. This is basically the local analysis services instance that's running behind our Power BI file. So I have copied the query previously and I can paste it here. And this is basically the query that Power BI issues towards that Tableau service instance in order to get the data and visualize it in the graph. I'm going to run it. And here are our 3 years with the sales amounts per year. Now I'm going to show you how we can analyze the performance of a measure or a query. I'm going to turn on the query plan and server timings, clear the cache, and run the query again. And here we can see that in server time, first you have the query plan, which good luck with reading through it and understanding it. This one is pretty simple and short because it's a simple query, but if you have a complicated query, this could reach up thousands of lines. The more important tab is server timings. We can see in it, we can see all the queries that were issued towards the storage engine and the formula engine. These are the storage engine queries. Some of them might be using the formula engine, some of them might not. And these are the durations of each of the queries. So each scan of a table is a separate query. So we can, by editing our DAX code, we can reduce those queries, reduce the number of data that we're working with, and potentially optimize, cut down our timings, loading times of our queries. Furthermore, what I can do is basically there is one option which is under file menu. It can be activated under file menu, advanced, and show query builder button. When you activate it, you have this option here in the ribbon. When you open it, you can basically say, okay, I want to build a table with my, again, calendar year, drag and drop. Let's add also calendar month. And again, total sales. We can add filters. We can further define custom measures through this new button. And when I run it, I'll see the results of that query. I can also edit the query, and it will generate it here in my editing window. So these are the main functionalities of the DAX Studio. Furthermore, I can see if it's a live server. What I can do is say, I'm going to close this one. Select star from system discover connection. This is one of the dynamic management views of the Tableau server. And when I run it, I'll see that all my connections here. If I wanna I can use also discover sessions. I have 2 sessions. They're both me because it's a local instance. And then with this query, I can say, okay, I can kill the connection with the session with connection ID 2 or 6. And if I execute this, it will kill my connection. I'm not gonna execute this now. Basically, these are the main functionalities of the DAX Studio. This is what it's useful with. Of course, yeah, something that I forgot. Sorry. we have another very useful integration here, and it's in the advanced menu here, and it's called View Metrics. It's basically running the Vertipack Analyzer tool against your model, and it can show you what amount of data your tables have, what is the cardinalities, what are the separate column sizes, and I can see that my biggest table here is fact sales. It gets 61 megabytes, and out of this table, our biggest column is sales key, which is 22 megabytes out of those 61. If I want to reduce my memory size, I can go into my Power BI model, this one, delete my sales key column. Here it is. Go back to DAX Studio, click again, and see we've reduced it to 38 megabytes. Basically, we get rid of those 20-something megabytes. I could afford to delete it because sales key is a column that I don't use, but since it has unique keys for every row in my table, it couldn't be compressed, so that's why it takes so much space in our model. But since it's not a column that it's used nor for analysis or for relationships to any other tables, I can delete it. So this is how we can optimize the size of our model through DAX Studio. And yeah, this is everything about DAX Studio that we're gonna cover today. The next tool that we're gonna discuss is AOM Toolkit. This is a tool that allows us to compare models from PBIX files and published datasets. Again, our published dataset in Power BI needs to be under premium capacity in order for it to have an endpoint to which we can connect. It can also work with tabular instances on-premise in Azure. So it allows us to merge code from one instance to another. It can allow us to deploy partially releases. So if we have multiple developments in one of the instances, we can deploy only one of the developments in the other instance. Let me show you. So again, we have our demo file, and I built also a demo compare file, which is slightly different. And let's say our demo compare file is our development file, and our demo file is our production. I'm gonna run AOM Toolkit. It went to my other screen. I'm gonna say source is my demo compare, and our target is demo. We can also publish from local file to a dataset. It's not a problem. And then this is the interface of the tool. We can say hide skip objects, and this is going to leave us with only the differences between the two models. So we have 3 developments, 3 different measures. I can click on any of them and see that it's what is the code of it, what are the format strings, what are its properties, and it's missing in target. Same for the other 3. And let's say I'm ready with this one, but I'm not ready with the other 2. I want to deploy only sales amount for new store key. I'm gonna say skip here, validate selection, and then update. Whoop, done. And then I want to refresh my comparison. And if I go to demo file, I'm gonna see my sales amount for a new store key here. It's been deployed. So this is the power of the AOM toolkit. It allows us to deploy flexibly and in a secure manner in terms of reliability. Okay, this is the second tool. And the third tool, last but not least, is Tabular Editor. Tabular Editor allows us to easily build and manage tabular models. It provides us with offline editor of our tabular model. That's why it's so fast and it's so quick in reaction. We can do many changes on it, and we can then save them to our model, all of them. It has a lot of features for increased productivity. It supports copy and paste with Control-C, Control-V. It has its own scripting language, scripting library, which allows us to automate developments. We can iterate through many objects if we want to do the same thing for all of them. And it has the best practice analyzer tool, which allows us to create different rules for be they a community rules that everyone knows that are best practices, or something that our company or organization wants to follow, and we believe it's important to follow. We can define those rules, and then we can analyze our model every time we change something, that if we follow those rules. Let me show it to you again. I'm gonna head over to my demo file. We are gonna open Tabular Editor from here. This is the interface. As you can see, it's pretty simplistic, but it's a powerful one. Let's say I wanna add a new measure. Here are my tables, here are my relationships. I want to add a new measure, and I want to add it in my fact sales. My measure is going to be called amount in euro. create new measure. As you can see, it has a hotkey, and it's called amount in euro. I have prepared my code prior to the presentation, and I'm gonna save it. And you have a DAX editor here, DAX formatter here, which will format your DAX. I'm not gonna use that on purpose right now. I'm gonna show it later. I'll show you how to format your code later. I'm gonna save it, and voila, we have our amount in euro measure in our model. Let's open one instance for our demo compare file as well. So we can run two instances in parallel. Let me bring in also the other one. Let's say I want to deploy from my demo compare, which is my development file, to my production file, a measure. Let's say I want to promote these two. I can control hold and click on them to multi-select them, and with Control C, when I go in here and press Control V, here they are moved from one of the files to the other. Then I can save this, deploy them to my demo, and okay. This is the changes saved. Yeah, here. It took a while. Here they are. We have them now in our Power BI, and we can use them. I'm gonna close this one. And let's say I wanna format all my measures. You see that this one is not formatted. This one, it's not formatted. This one, it doesn't need to be formatted. It needs actually to add a few spaces here and there. This one is formatted, and this one is also formatted. This one as well. But the first three ones are not formatted. So I want to format them to follow the DAX formatting rules. There is as I said previously, there is a scripting library which allows us to iterate over elements from our tower model and do things on them. And we have this command, which is format DAX. Model is our model object, and then all measures, we want to iterate through all measures in our model. Let's run this. Okay. Maybe I need to use another. This is This is the next one that I wanted to show you. So format DAX, model, and all measures. Well, I don't know why it doesn't work right now, but what it should have done is to go through each of these measures and basically apply the DAX format. Okay, let's pretend that this happened, and we have another command, which is we want to iterate for each measure in our model. We want to iterate through them and format them with the following format string. Here, see, they are now formatted in this string. I can undo my change, see what it was, and when I run this, they are now formatted. So we can do the possibilities here are endless. We can do almost everything here with these automations. And the last functionality that I want to demonstrate to you from Tabular Editor is the best practice analyzer. You can find it here under Tools and Best Practice Analyzer. This is the window that we have. We can here you'll find all your rules. We don't have any rules right now, but we can create one. And we say rules within the current model, create a new rule. It will create a new file for us. This is our window for adding new rules. Let's call it key columns. And this is our expression. Basically, I want to see if how many columns that are ending with key or ending on ID we have. Click OK. Okay, it should show up here. Let me close and open that again. Okay, something strange is going on. Let me open that. Maybe let me restart here. Yes. Let me change this. Open again. And it's still not here. Okay, I'm gonna surrender to this one here. I don't know why it doesn't calculate it to model. It applies to the whole model. Yeah. Let me add test. Yeah, it doesn't show anything because we don't have any columns that are with key ending. We have. They should show up. Okay, I'm gonna add data columns. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here now we can see all our column that are with ending on key or ID, and if we say this is a problem for us, then we know that we have this problem and we can act on it. Okay, with a little bit of troubles, we managed to go through the two. This was the presentation. This was the demo. I would like to thank our sponsors today again. And with that, I'd like to start the session with questions. If you have any questions, you can submit them.
Yeah, so attendees, if you have some questions, you can put it in the question part or in the chat, and we're going to read them. For now, there is no question. You can also raise a hand if you want to ask it directly by a microphone. No, so nobody's asking questions.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, Georgi.
Yeah, thank you for the attention, everyone. Hope that helped you in some way, and see you next time.
See you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own product with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournaments, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own product with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own product with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
So, hello again. It's 1 p.m. Bulgarian time, and our next presenter is Dennis Torres, who is going to speak about self-service ETL, the Power BI data flows. So I'm giving the rights to make you as a presenter. Hello, Dennis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure. So let's start.
Yes, I gave you the rights. You can now share your screen.
Great.
Great, I can see your screen now.
So, thank you everyone for attending this session. My name is Dennis Torres. I'll talk about self-service ETL, the Power BI data flows. Thank you for the sponsors of this event. Without the sponsors, this event would not be happening. This is me. I'm a data platform MVP with some Microsoft certifications. I'm a trainer as well. And I'm the leader of Malta Data Platform User Group. Our website is full of technical content. You are very welcome to visit the website. And on the right side, you'll see my contacts. Feel free to get in touch. It will be a pleasure to connect. So our agenda today, I'll talk about the first concept of data flow in Power BI, I mean. The data warehouse ecosystem, I'll talk about the data warehouse ecosystem so we understand how the ETL of Power BI fits in the data warehouse ecosystem. The Power BI ETL problem, yes, because we had an ETL problem before the data flows. We just may not have noticed that. On-premise data gateway and how data flow works. Then lots of demonstrations. So first concepts of data flows is an additional Power BI ETL solution. We already use Power Query. Power Query with M language inside PBIX files. Data flow increase the power of the Power Query. It works only in the portal. It doesn't work in the desktop. We can't create a data flow from Power BI desktop. We only create data flows from Power BI in the portal. And solve Power BI ETL problems. What problems are these? I will talk about them. But first, let's see a bit about the data warehouse ecosystem and how Power BI fits on the data warehouse ecosystem. But I'm talking about data warehouse. Many of you may think, oh, this is so less century. No, it's not. It's not. Data warehouses are alive and kicking very well. Is data warehouse dead? No, it's not. It just has new friends. We have the data warehouse, we have the need of a history repository where we keep all the history of the company data. We have this need. However, considering internet and IoT, we got a huge amount of data. So data warehouses now followed by big data. And to store the big data, we can't keep moving big data around, move to many different places, many different softwares and solutions. So we keep big data in a single place. Then we got the concept of data lake. So we have data warehouse and it got new friends, the big data and the data lake. However, in relation to the data lake, they become more than friends. They married, went in a honeymoon, and now we have the data lake house. The idea of a data lake house is an environment, an architecture that allows us to use both, to have a data house and to have a data lake. The classic design of a data warehouse. This is the classic design of a data warehouse. We have data sources. In this drawing, we are seeing the data source as the production data source. Then we have the ETL, where we transform and clean the data, and we store the history of the company inside the data warehouse. From the data warehouse, we create data models and reporting and analysis from the data warehouse. Why from the data warehouse? Why can't we do this from production? Because the data warehouse is a trustworthy source of data after the ETL process over the production data sources. If you go directly to production, and if many users go directly to production, besides the huge performance problem that we would create, we would not have a trustworthy source of data. Production is not organized as a history data source. So we could end up with wrong information in the analysis. And how Power BI fits out this scenario that we are seeing here? Power BI fits on the data models, reporting, and analysis. Power BI is able to create data models from the data warehouse. This replaces the old SSAS, SQL Server Analysis Services. So Power BI is capable of replacing the old analysis services, creating the models with Power BI, within Power BI. In fact, Power BI is built with the core of analysis services inside Power BI. It has the core of analysis services. So that's how Power BI fits inside a data warehouse architecture. And we note that the ETL is outside Power BI. Yes, because we have the data warehouse ETL. The ETL in order to build the data warehouse. This is a very needed ETL. In the cloud, we make this ETL using Data Factory. We use Data Factory in order to build this ETL. It's very needed, and Power BI doesn't replace this ETL. But Power BI brings another ETL, which is the self-service ETL. But the point is, we need the self-service ETL. What's the difference between the data history and the self-service ETL and the trustworthiness of the data history? Data warehouse gets everything, has the entire content of the company. You don't know what will be needed in the future. So the technique we use to build the data warehouse is get everything from the production, because we will need this history someday. We need to have the history. So we get everything from production. However, let's imagine that we were creating self-service without the data warehouse. The techniques related to self-service involves optimizing and getting only what you really need. So you would not get everything. You would get only what you really need. And usually you know the report you need to build. So the self-service approach doesn't fit too much with production. It fits better if it's made beyond a data warehouse. First, you have a data warehouse. First, you build a data warehouse where you have the entire history of your company. Then you go to the self-service approach to build models, specific models to fulfill the requirements of the reports you need to build. And the data warehouse can be the source of this self-service approach instead of production. And this will make the data more trustworthy. And we need the self-service. If we have the data warehouse and the data warehouse already have the entire history of the company, do we need the self-service tools? And do we need all this power for the self-service tools? Yes, we do. Let's imagine this, what we are talking about, on an enterprise scale. Let's imagine that we have a main office. This main office has branches in each continent. Europe, North America, Asia, branches on each continent. And these branches control the entire continent, but there are other branches inside the continent. Sardinia, Malta, United States, Mexico, Russia, China, and so on. The main office needs to have the information about the company as a whole, needs to have a history of the company as a whole. So the enterprise IT team will build the data warehouse in order for the main office to have the information about the company. This data warehouse will be provided as a service for the branches. All the branches can access this data warehouse. However, what is most common to happen is that each branch has its own needs, its own methods, its own desire of making custom analysis on where they are. For example, each country has a different culture. They may need different analysis in relation to those cultures and the results of the company in that country, and so on. So each branch will need something different that is not in the company data house. If we don't have the self-service tool, if you don't use the self-service tool, what would happen? The branches would start to request enterprise IT to include something in the data warehouse. So they would start to request enterprise IT to make inclusions into the data warehouse. These inclusions would take a lot of time to happen and would hurt the company work. This would not be good. So the best solution is to have a self-service solution built by a departmental IT, and this self-service solution would use the enterprise IT as a source. The enterprise data warehouse would be a source, a trustworthy source, the most trustworthy source for the company data. But the departmental IT would be able to transform this data, to mix this data with more local data, with additional data they need for their analysis, and don't make the enterprise IT team be overwhelmed of requests. So the departmental but I mentioned a problem with Power BI. Power BI ETL problem. What's the problem? Power BI uses PBIX files. So we have PBIX files. Imagine these two files. These files have a data dimension used in sales PBIX, and the other file has another data dimension used in inventory PBIX. So the data dimension is in both files. Both files are bigger than they could be because both files have a data dimension. That's not good at all. And in fact, considering an enterprise level development, even made by the departmental IT, it's not good that we don't have an option to reuse something that we built before. How could you reuse the data dimension? We need to enable Power BI to support a team development. So some people would develop some pieces and these pieces would fit with other pieces and be reused to make the analytics environment of each branch of the company. The data flow is the solution. In this case, we take the data dimension out of the PBIX file. We build the data dimension inside the portal as a data flow. Then on the PBIX files, we consume the data flow. We'll be reusing Okay, I think we had a small connection problem, and it returned now, right? So I was explaining that the data sources in this scenario is the enterprise data warehouse. From the enterprise data warehouse, the branches are able to make many different data flows. They can build many different data flows and data flows over data flows, and break these data flows in different workspace. Each workspace can be a department or a branch. It depends on the needs of the architecture. Then we still can build data sets on the portal. We can store data sets in the portal, and the data sets can be built over the data flows, consuming the data flows. What's the difference between the data sets and the data flows? The data flows are processing DTL. They are the M language we use to import the data to our environment. The data sets, on the other hand, are the model that we build to be consumed and produce the dashboards. Then finally, we have the reports and dashboards consuming the data sets. So this is an unusual architecture that we can build using these features, data flows and data sets in the portal, and consuming data, but not only from the enterprise data warehouse. The data would not be get only from the enterprise data warehouse. We could mix the data with any external source of data that we would like. And knowing the enterprise data warehouse will be the most trustworthy source for the company, but we can mix it with information from weather, for example, weather forecasts or old weather forecasts for previous dates, for example, and any other information that may be needed to analyze what happened with the business according to the history. So let's talk about the on-premise data gateway. Why I'll be talking about the on-premise data gateway? Let's imagine that our data is still on-premise. How I will access the data on-premise? In this case, for Power BI in the portal to access the data on-premise, we use the on-premise data gateway. The on-premise data gateway is a secure, establish a secure connection between the Power BI and our on-premise environment. This secure connection is established through Azure Service Bus, which is another Azure service. We don't need to know the details about this to use this feature. I'm just going a bit deeper on internals of the feature. It's interesting to know that on-premise data gateway use Azure Service Bus, because if you go deeper about how Azure Service Bus establishes this connection between internet and your internal environment, you will discover that this connection established is very safe. So internally, the on-premise data gateway is using Azure Service Bus to make this connection, to establish this connection with the on-premise environment. The gateway is installed on-premise as a service. So we will see the on-premise data gateway service on the services window. It will be there. It's not a software that you need to keep it running. It's a service. The service will be running, of course, but on a server. And you don't need the gateway in every server that has a data source. A single gateway in your environment can read any data source on your environment according to the configuration, as long as you give permissions for that. And the management of the gateway is not done locally. You manage the gateway from the portal. In the Power BI portal, you have the Manage Gateway option. Then you manage the gateway on the portal. You can add the data source to the gateway, and you configure data source with the information for the gateway to connect to your on-premise database, to your on-premise environment. That's the data source configuration. Mind that there is a users tab. What's that? This means that we can have a hierarchical management of these features. It means that a portal administrator can configure the gateway and then delegate the configuration of each data source to different users. Some users will be responsible to configure each data source. And more details about how the data flow works. The data flow is only available in App Workspace. Require a gateway for most data sources on-premise. If it needs to make some processing, it will require a gateway. The data source needs to be registered in the gateway. Each data flow can have many entities. A data flow is not only for one entity. One data flow can contain the ETL for many entities that we would like to bring to the Power BI environment. And each data flow can have many data sources. We are not limited to a single data source inside the data flow. Each data flow can have more than one data source. And each data flow can use another data flow as a source. This is also possible. And most interesting, if you already played with data flows, you may be a bit disappointed thinking that this last one that I'm telling you is only for premium users. But it's not. That's what I show you. So let's see the demonstration. Let's see how all this that I just talked about works. I have here my Power BI environment. Let's first take a look on the gateway configuration. So settings, manage gateways to take a look on the gateway configuration. Settings, manage gateways. So here I have a SQLSat gateway. It's checking the gateway status. The gateway is online. Let's confirm you are good to go because the gateway is online. I have two connections configured in the gateway. I have one connection to the database Adventure Works, and I have one connection to the database Adventure Works DW. Both are defined with a credential to connect to these environments. Okay, the gateway is fine, is well configured. That's great. Now I need to create a workspace because I can't use data flows in my workspace. I need a workspace to work. So I'll create a workspace called Plovdiv and save. Okay, so I have here our workspace, and now on the workspace I can create data flows. So let's start. I will start with one data flow. We have these 4 kinds of data flows. Some are very very intuitive, others are a bit more complex. Define new entities is the basic data flow. I want to build a data flow, want to make the ETL to retrieve entities, so I will define new entities. That's the basic data flow. Link entities from other data flows. In this case, I will be consuming another data flow. I will make a link, be making a link between data flows. Another very interesting possibility. Import model. Import model is used to import and export data flows. We can export a data flow from one workspace, and we can import the data flow in another workspace. So we can move data flows between different workspaces using the export and import model. And besides that, this is the beginning. This is the starting point for CI/CD features to Power BI data flows. By using export and import model, we will be able to use CI/CD features for Power BI data flows. That's very interesting. And finally, attach a common data model, a CDM folder. What's this? What's exactly this? When we build a data flow, a regular data flow in Power BI, the data flow is responsible for the ETL. It's not only about building a data flow and getting an entity. That entity will need to be refreshed in a regular basis. You need to get the new data for that entity in a regular basis. And this will involve incremental refresh. You need to refresh or make incremental refresh. So you have an entire schedule management inside Power BI for the data flows. That's it. It's part of an ETL process. You need to have an schedule management about the ETL process. This is needed. But in this case, attach a common data model folder. This is something different. The idea here is that we are delegating the task of part of the ETL and the schedule. We are basically delegating the ETL. Delegating to whom? Usually, but not always, this would be to Data Factory, to Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory is capable to build an ETL process that will store data in a CDM folder. CDM is one format of data storage that is used inside Azure Data Storage, Data Lake Storage Gen 2. So Data Factory is able to store the data inside a CDM folder, and we are able to connect to the CDM folder. In this case, if we use this option, connecting to CDM folder, Power BI will know that it doesn't need to care about refreshing the data. The refresh of the data is not responsibility of Power BI. It will be an external responsibility, which usually would be Azure Data Factory. So Azure Data Factory will make the ETL, and Power BI will only attach to the Azure Data Factory result. So Power BI can get results from Azure Data Factory, merging the two data flows when needed. That's a very interesting feature. But let's start from the beginning. I will add new entities. So I choose SQL Server databases. Name of the SQL Server. Where is my SQL Server? My SQL Server is on-premise. And it's not even in this laptop. My SQL Server is in a virtual machine on-premise, work VM. It's here. And here on my SQL Server, I have the database AdventureWorks and AdventureWorks DW. I have both here that we can see on SSMS. AdventureWorks and AdventureWorks DW 2016. I have both of them. So, server. What I use as the name of the server? I'll call work VM is the name of my VM. Then database. What database I would like to connect? AdventureWorks. Mind what's happening according I type the name of the database. The other fields were filled, the authentication fields were filled. But this is not the one I would like to connect. I will include DW 2016. And again, the authentication fields were filled. What this means? This may seem just a small detail, but this feature is allowing us to have a hierarchical break of responsibilities. So I already mentioned, we have a portal administrator. The portal administrator configures the gateway and delegates the configuration of the data source to other users. Other users will be responsible to configure the data source. On the data source configuration, we will have the authentication for those data sources. We will have the authentication for them. And at this moment, I'm using the hat of a developer, a BI developer. I want to get the data, but I don't care about how to connect to it. I don't want to care about how to connect to it. So what happens? Once I specify the name of the server and the name of the database, Power BI immediately identifies that this server and database are registered in a gateway that I have access because the access was given to me, and retrieves the authentication. I don't even need to know the authentication. I don't know what username or password to use to connect to this environment. I don't know. Someone else would have configured this to me, and that's it. So what I'm seeing here are all the tables of my on-premise environment. I'm seeing the tables of my on-premise environment, and I can select some of these tables. Let's say that I select customers and products. So I selected two tables, customer and products, but I don't want just to get the tables. Let's make some transformations with the tables. transform data. Let's see what I really need here in the table, customers. Mind that I'm building a Power BI model. I mean, I'm not building the model yet. I'm building the ETL to get the data for the model. And one of the rules that we use in Power BI is to get only what we need. We only get the fields that we really need. So what I get here? There are lots of fields here that I don't need. For example, Spanish education, the education written in Spanish, French education, Spanish occupation, French occupation. These are many information that I don't need, and I can choose to remove these columns. Remove columns. Mind that this is Power Query. You may be recognizing this screen. This is basically Power Query. We have a Power Query in the cloud inside the portal. That's it. So I have here the customer and the product. I can change the names. Customer and product. Let's save and close. Validating queries. Save your data flow. What I'm saving here? I'm saving the name of the data flow. Inside this data flow, there are two entities. The entities called customer and product. So I have two entities inside this data flow. So let's call this customer flow. Is not precise because I have product as well. Customer flow. Save. So I just gave the name of this data flow, and it already offers me to refresh or set a schedule for refresh. Let's refresh the data. It means that you get the data for us. Let's get back to the workspace. I can see the data flow here, and I can refresh the data here. Refresh now. It will refresh the data from customers and products. That's great. That's good. And we built the data flow using the online Y for Power Query. That's interesting. That's powerful. But probably what is in your mind now is that UI really powerful? Will that UI have everything that we need? What if we face limitations on that UI? And will you be comfortable building on the browser when you already use it to build inside Power BI desktop? How this would work? Let's see an example. Let's see an example of a data flow built in Power BI Desktop. So I have here this Power BI file, PBIX file. While in the portal, it's refreshing. In fact, I already refreshed, and has the date of the refresh. There is no date for next refresh because I have not scheduled the refresh. I did only one manual refresh. So I have here one in geography. The geography is within the geography table. Let's get the M code. I'm using the advanced editor view, advanced editor in Power BI to get the M code for our query. So I'll copy this M code. Okay, I copied the code. What I'll do with this M code? Let's go to the portal. I'll create a new data flow in the portal. Again, define new entities. Now I use a blank query to define my data flow. Blank query, and I will copy the query here. SQLSaturday gateway. Next. It's asking me to specify the connection. Okay, configure connection. But the password and username are empty. The connection configuration is empty. Why? I'm the developer. I don't want to have to know the connection. Why is this empty? Simple. Let's go to advanced editor where we can see the M code again. And let's take a look here and see that this is sensible to the case of the letters. So if I put the name of the server and the name of the database with the correct casing, it will ask again to specify the connection. But now, when I click in configure connection, sorry, I may not be casing correctly. Something that I didn't work. Oh, WM is not WM, it's VM. That's why it didn't work. work VM, Advent will work DW 2016. Again, specify connection, configure connection. Now we have the result. Now that I specify correctly the name of the server and the name of the database, I don't need, me as a developer, I don't need to know the connection information. The connection information is brought to me from the gateway. The gateway brings this information to me, and I click connect. This is for query. Let's change to geography. Save and close. So we already saw that we can build a data flow directly in the portal, or we can copy the M code from Power BI desktop to the portal. And in both possibilities will work. So save your data flow. So my data flow will be called geography flow. Let's call it geography flow. Save. And I will ask to refresh. So my geography flow is already being refreshed. That's great. But geography brings information about the geography dimension, locations dimension. And customer lives somewhere. Customer lives in a geography. So I may need information about where the customer lives. I would need to join these two information. So let's create a new data flow. In this case, I link entities from other data flow. I don't need the on-premise gateway for now. And what data flows I will link? Mind that I'm seeing here, what I'm seeing here are all workspace on my Power BI portal. It means that, let's consider the workspace are different branches of the company, or the workspace are different departments of the company. What this means? This means that we are able to share what one branch produces with another branch. One branch can read the data produced by another branch to complete their analysis, and so on. But all, of course, linked with permissions. But in my case, I'll get from Plovdiv workspace, and I select the customer flow and the geography flow. I see the tables inside each data flow, and I want only the customer table and the geography table. And I'll go to transform data. Transform data. So I have here customer and geography. Both are linked entities. I can't directly modify them, but I can use them to produce something new. For example, I can merge these queries, merge queries as new. I will create a new table in this data flow. So I will be merging the customer with the geography by the geography key. Using the geography key, I make the merge of both. Okay. So I'm merging customer and geography. And now I can choose which fields I would like to have. Geography appears here as a table. I can expand this table and then decide which geography fields will I bring together this table. I would like to bring the city, state and province name, English country region name. This is enough for me. Okay. So I'm bringing the name of the place where the customer lives. That's okay. That's enough. And I call this new table. This new table will be called customer geo. Customer with geography. Let's save this data flow. Then the data flow is built, but it asks me to give a name to the data flow. Let's call customer geo flow. But the first result that you see is a bit disappointing, because this yellow message here is advising us that these computed entities, these linked computed entities, can only be used in premium capacity. That's when you try to tell, oh, I told you these are only for premium capacity. No, it's not. I'll show you some way to solve this problem. But before solving this problem, I want to show you another very interesting feature. There is a very interesting feature on the data flows, which is called view lineage. We are talking about having many workspaces in our enterprise environment. We are talking that the workspace will be related to different departments or different branches of the company. So each workspace may be a different department or a different branch of the company. So you may reach a situation where you are not sure where your data is coming from. How could you be sure where that data is coming from? So we have this option called view lineage. This option, view lineage, it shows to us exactly where the data comes from. It's showing that the data in our customer gel flow is reading information from the geography flow and the customer flow, and both are reading information from SQL Server. For coincidence, it's the same server. It could be different servers. This lineage view is very important for an enterprise work, because this lineage view, the ability to see where our data comes from, enable us to trust our data. We'll be sure that our data is trustworthy, and that's important. That's even critical for us. However, we still have in hand here one data flow that is not working. this data flow is not working. How do we solve this problem? Let's edit the data flow again. So it's opening the edition of the data flow, and let's discover the secret. The secret to make this work without a premium subscription. How can we make this work? The secret is that we can transform tables from other data flows as long as we don't load the tables from the other data flows. If we do this, if we load the tables from other data flows and transform them, we are making a processing that is only allowed in Premium. So if I right-click the linked tables and disable the load of the customers and disable the load of the geography, then save and close. And now my data flow customer geo flow works, and it is executing the refresh. No alert, no advice, it's executing the refresh and getting the data. So we can link one data flow with another data flow with no problem. It works. We can make this link. No problem with that. We just can't load the entities from another data flow. We disable the load when load the entities from another data flow, and it will work. Just that. Then, another very interesting feature we can see in settings. We have here a feature called endorsement. Endorsement. What this means? Again, we are talking about having multiple workspace. We will have many workspace. And among these many workspace that we will have, each workspace will be from different branches, different developers building data flows, data sets, and so on. So, is that data flow correct? Is that data set correct? What if one of the developers in the middle of the chain makes a mistake? What happens? That's why we have the endorsement feature in Power BI. The endorsement has two levels, promoted and certified. Promoted is a level defined by the own developer. The developer who created the data flow, who created that data element, is saying, my data is trustworthy. You can trust this data. There is no problem with this data. You can trust it. So promoted is the developer saying that you can trust it. So if the developer is not saying that you can trust the data, why would you read that data? The developer is basically not saying that you can trust it. It's saying that it's incomplete. He hasn't finished it yet. And the certified is for the developer to ask for a second opinion. The developer will ask for a second opinion in order to approve the data on the data flow. The developer will approve the data on the data flow and will ask a specialist in the company. There are an entire method here to choose who will certify the data flow, and this data flow will be certified by a data specialist inside the company. So you can even be more sure that this data will be correct. So these are the ways, features that we have to ensure that we can build a good framework of data analysis from the data warehouse, getting additional data, making transformations with these data sets, and so on. And so on. So we can build this on our data flow environment. Let me open another Power BI desktop here. One last thing to show is that a sad result here is that view lineage doesn't work correctly when we don't load the tables. That's sad. We lose the lineage feature when we don't load the tables. So the lineage feature is only working perfectly in a premium environment. And I would not say even in a premium environment, because even if you have a premium subscription, you may not want to load those tables in a data flow. And the lineage don't recognize the use of the tables when you don't load them. That's a problem. So, any questions until now? Questions? Have you liked the data flows? What you think about the new possibilities of use of the data flow? Any questions? So, while we are thinking about possible questions, I have not saw any questions yet. I can get the data flow, Power BI data flow, here on my Power BI desktop. So I'm showing how the Power BI desktop can connect to Power BI data flow and read the data from that data flow. So I can choose the data flow, customer view flow, customer view, and load. So I'm loading the data from the data flow that is in the portal. And this gives me the possibility of reusing the ETL process that is in the portal. This ETL process can be reused by many different dashboard developers. So the ETL process will not be restricted to one developer and will not will not have the need to be repeated by other developers. Any additional question? No? Okay, we are reaching our time. So let me leave my contacts here. As soon as PowerPoint decides to work, our sponsors. Thank you again for the sponsors of this event. And I'll leave my contacts. It will be a pleasure to connect. Feel free to connect with me. It will be a pleasure to connect him. Please fill the evaluation of the event. It's very important for us as speakers that you tell us what you think about the session, how can we improve, if the session is good or not. If you like the content, it's very important for us. You will find the evaluation on the SQLSaturday website. So please fill the evaluation for us, fill the evaluation of the session for us. Thank you very much for attending this session.
Thank you, Dennis. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your presentation and your time today to participate in SQLSaturday Plovdiv. And I hope to see you soon.
It was a pleasure to participate in Plovdiv SQLSaturday. Thank you. See you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi.
Hello. I will give you the right at right after 2 minutes, and you can start your presentation. Now we are making the notes of your presentation, which is known TS SQL, but not to everybody, especially beginners, insights and samples for T-SQL. Okay, so I'm going to give you the rights now.
Hopefully I don't do anything wrong. Mein Bildschirm übertragen. Yes.
Okay, we can see your screen now. Perfect.
You see my PowerPoint, right?
Yeah, I see your PowerPoint. So it's 2:10, so we can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So let's get started. My session is named Known T-SQL, but not to everybody, especially beginner, insight and samples for T-SQL. I go a little more into it in the agenda, then you can decide if you're in the right track. I hope that somebody's listening to me and I'm not speaking to the world, so it's the first time I do a completely virtual session, but see how it works. First, thanks to the sponsors, even without a present event, it still costs money, and without these guys, we wouldn't be able to do these events. Hopefully, COVID is over pretty soon and we can do this in person. So about me, I'm Reinhard Flügel. I've been in Bulgaria last year, and I was looking forward to visiting this year, but due to circumstances, we do it virtual. I'm in SQL Server development for a lot of years, and since about 10 years, I focus more on SQL Server development and not the rest, like C# development and stuff like this. Since COVID really is going on my nerves, I had to put these in, but that's more just for fun. So about the agenda. First, I want to give a short introduction to my view as a developer on the world of T-SQL. And the reason why I put this session together is mainly the next topics. Like I was in a project with like dozens of developers, mostly young people or coming from a different background, and they knew SQL, but they didn't have any experience with SQL Server. And there are some questions always popping up, and you're wondering, why don't they know these things? So my motivation is to give, especially beginner, an insight on the topic so that they know what's out there and that they can deal with it. This is not a deep dive like how to solve the issues that you will see. That would be a session on each topic mainly by itself. Then I just didn't want to be too theoretical. I put some samples in here, what I just find some kind of neat samples, how to generate numbers or how to deal with cursors. That gives you like different approaches to the same topic, and you see how versatile the SQL is for solving problems and what things you have to deal with. And the last topic, it's something I didn't know for a couple of years, how to share data between stored procedures using a temporary table. And lately it's coming to me quite often. I'm using it more and more. It probably depends on the programs I'm working with. Like if you're working with legacy application, you got complex stored procedures and you just don't want to duplicate it and to want to like change just little things. I find it quite comfortable to use a temporary table, put everything in there and call it from a different procedure. So let's get started. First, a short view from my perspective. Like I consider myself as a developer, not as a DBA. And I just want to point out like T-SQL, it's really not difficult. Like it's like cooking. You can read, you can cook. It's seldom that you have to invent something by your own. Usually somebody did it before. And it means like you can read, you can code T-SQL. But like cooking, to become really good, it takes a lot of practice. And especially with SQL Server, like the underlying principle, how it's implemented by Microsoft, is quite helpful in several situations. I put just some information in for reading if you're interested to go deeper on some of the topics. It's not complete and it's only my preference. I like Itzig Ben-Gan, like he's my main source of information. And even if I Google something and I get this 2 million results back, I try to filter it. If it's something Itzig Ben-Gan had said on the topic I'm Googling, I choose this and forget the rest. He has a couple of books and he's writing on several blogs. The old ones I'm referencing here, they are kind of weird. They used to be on SQL Mac and then it moved to IT Pro today and you can still read the articles, but the links are broken. So you don't have the images and the lists. And if you are looking in execution plans, there's a free book from Redgate you can take. Now going to the first step, logical query processing. Where do we have to deal with it? Like usually, especially beginners start asking questions like, why can you use named columns for ordering but not for grouping? Or when I have outer joins, why don't I get the result I expect? I will explain some topics of these with really simple examples. And still, the remark I did before, if you're reading the articles from IT Pro, don't be surprised. They're not completely usable, but they are still valid and useful information. Like the SQL standard is logical. It's based on the relational model, it's mathematics. And it doesn't say anything about the implementation. So it just states how SQL should work. And the different vendors like Oracle and Microsoft can do whatever they want as long as they get the results specified. And one thing I want to point out at this point in my presentation is that the standard does not define like a natural order. And if you rely on an order by, you have to specify it. Even if it works for you without specifying it, in most of the time, if you need the order by, you have to write it down. Otherwise, there might be a bad surprise sometimes later. Performance optimization is also not part of the logical model. And logical query processing for the Microsoft implementation, like Book Online, states that you start with the from and so on. You got 11 topics. I copied it. The link is somewhere in my presentation. By the way, I will upload all the PowerPoint and the sample so you don't have to do screenshots or whatever. And Itzik Ben-Gan separated it. He said, actually, it's like two ways to read this. First, we have the select statement. That's the way we read it usually, like select some columns from, where, group by, and so. Don't wonder if the numbers don't match, because like the on and join is put together in the from and so forth. And the typed order, like the one we read the statement, it's not the logical order in which the processor processes the query. Like the query gets processed with the from, then the where, then the group by, having, and so on. So let's look at some simple examples. I just use a table variable to make everything simple. I put a line in it. I wouldn't need it for my samples, but this is just like a simple select. I define the columns and I select by the columns. Then I do a little different. It's the same like before. It's always the same in the samples, but in my query, I use an alias. So I name a column different. And then I say where my alias like greater than 1. And if I execute this, I get an error message because it tells me number is not known. And like we know so far, no surprise, because we define the number in the select list, but the where is up there. So it's before. So it's not processed. The select list hasn't read. So at step 2, so the compiler does not know what I renamed in step 5. So it's quite natural that it doesn't work. Now we do the same thing with the group by. It's we run the example, error. And like we've seen before, the group by is above the select list. So no surprise there. Now I do my renaming. Group by, use the originals and in the where, but in my order, I can use my new column names. And here it's natural because the select list is standing before the order by. So when it comes to step 6, it knows the names. So no surprise, it works. That explains, it doesn't make it nice, but at least you know why it is behaving this way. Now, how does a join work? It's like it's a complete series from Itzik Ben-Gan or the books. He makes it quite expressive. It's several pages, and I picked some topics out there. Like in a join, like each step works as a virtual table to the caller. A join is kind of an operator which combines the left and right inputs. And usually there are three fundamental join types: cross, inner, and outer. And for a join, like one or two or three of these steps are applied. Like apply the first is make the Cartesian product, then match the on predicate, and then add the outer rows for outer joins. And these virtual tables are not accessible from the query. There is no query you can build to show the intermediate results. And if you have several joins, it usually works from left to right. But the optimizer is allowed to change it as long as the results are the same. And there's an interesting problem. You sometimes run it. In the old days, I don't see this days so often, where people had this do-it-all columns. Like columns are defined as varchar, and they define the type, like maybe text or integer or stuff like this. And then you filter on an integer, like I show in my example later. And then you, in the select, you convert the results. That might have some problems, like I will show. But first, I want to show an example of outer joins. And this usually something I see with beginners sometimes, not often. Like I said, it is not a really deep session, but it shows some easy things what I see from time to time. Like I got two tables, I insert values, and in one situation, I do the join, and then I use the where clause, and in the other one, I do everything in one step. If I run the results, this is just the tables. In the first step, you do the join, like we said, then it's filtered on, and then the outer rows are added, but the filter takes them away, so you have to be careful. Here it's clear, like you do the on, and then the not matched rows from the outer join are added again. It's quite obvious, but sometimes, especially beginners, are struggling because they're doing the upper syntax and say, I have a left outer join. Where are my rows? So it's now pretty obvious what's happened. Coming to the more interesting example, like I have a table where I define like a varchar, a data type, and the value, and I just say for like all variants of integers, I filter, so this varchar should be out, and then I cast and say the value should be greater than 10. You see an error because it's not like you call it short circuit, like the left is evaluated first and then the right. Like it's evaluated in one step, and then you run into an error when it comes by this row. Then you say, but I want to do this, so how can I trick the optimizer? No problem, like the buff is always the same. I say I use the CTE. Like I just do the filtering first before I want further processing. Run it, and then surprise, the same error like before. because the optimizer does an optimization. He thinks I'm not stupid. You want the same like before. And for me, it's much easier to put it together. It's logically equivalent. And then I would link to an article from Itzik Ben-Gan. When you use a top in the CTE, you force the optimizer to work on the CTE first and then with the rest. To put this big number in here, I copied it from the article. It's probably the maximum number for a big int, just to make sure that nothing gets lost. Like the trick does the select top. The number doesn't matter. Just if it's too small, you're missing some results. And if you run this, it comes in quite handy. So this is nice to know, maybe that not everybody knew. We did this already. So the next big topic I want to talk about is Sagable. You hear it quite often in the SQL environment. What does Sagable mean? Sagable stands for search argumentable. I have a couple of links up there. The upper one, DB Berater, like it's the only article I got in German language. It's Uwe Ricken. You might know him from several SQL Saturdays. But the one I got it hits it on the point is the quote from Brent Osa. He says, for me, Sagable means that SQL Server can perform an index seek using your search predicates. And here I have to point out, all this Sagable only works if you have an index on the table. If you don't have any index, there will always be a complete scan. And some ways when query is not Sagable. That is, if a function is on the column from your table, or a column plus some operation, like it's actually like a different name for a function. Or if you have, like what you see quite often, variables, where a column equals that variable, or the variable is null, the one catch it all. You have like expressions like wildcard, then some text, then some wildcard, or the case is starting with the wildcard here. And when you have like case when and so on. Like that's all the points when the query optimizer cannot decide that it only leads a small subset of the table. It just thinks there can always be something that satisfied my condition and had to read the complete table. Like I put all the scripts to generating the table in my scripts, but I don't run them because it might take some time, but the scripts are in there to create the table. This is just for us to use a function on a column. And here, it's not. If we run it, and we compare the execution plans, we see in the upper we have a seek, we have a scan, and in the lower we have a seek. You always see like this small exclamation mark that it tells you that something was wrong. I explained like implicit conversions later, but usually that is an indication that something is suboptimal. And if you go and look at the messages, we see in the first not optimal case, we read 210 logical pages, and in the second part, we only read 2. So it's much more effective. The next sample, it's about the same. Logically, I got the left function. So a function is called to get these letters, and in the lower you got a wildcard search, and for a wildcard, if it's not starting with the wildcard at the beginning, the SQL Server can use the index. If it starts with a wildcard, it's a problem. If you run this, it's no result, but that doesn't matter. It's the same. You see in the upper, it's a scan. In the lower, it's an index seek. If we have something like then we have an index scan in the lower part too. So if you can avoid it, don't use a wildcard at the beginning. I know it's not always possible, but just tell you the results. A different example I see quite often is like, where is null letter equal A equal A? So that means that you get the results for the letters A and for the null values. And it's about the same like the lower one. If you run this example, you see we got the index scan in both examples, and we got the reads in both examples. But when we look further, we got the same for date values. And if I run this, even if the lower one looks much more complicated, when we look at the messages, it reads a lot less pages. So sometimes the OR, it's much more effective than the is null function. It's not always, therefore I put the other example in there. It always depends on the data and the columns and whatever you are looking at. I just wanted to show that there is no like rule you can remember. It's always this way. Here, it didn't gain any advantage. In this case, I gained any advantage. But what I took from there is that I don't use the is null, because I might gain some advantage from the OR. This we did already. Now we're coming to the next step, like data type precedence. What does it mean? Here I got the screenshot from an explanation for the exclamation mark. In this case, it says convert implicit. Convert implicit, like it shows, like it's just a conversion function on the column, and it's a subtopic of not sagable. It's like just the same, like it calls a conversion function. And the Microsoft documentation states that there is a hierarchy in the data types, and that the lower ones get always converted to the higher ones. And this is the hierarchy of the data types. Doing some examples like before. I put it in the script. I did the tables already before. And let's run some sample. I got the date column once as a date column, and I called it date datum text. That means it's the date in a text column. Like it's looking the same here, but one is a text column and one is a date column. If I look at the execution plan, I see In the upper part, where I got the types right, I got an index seek, and in the lower part, I got the clustered index scan. And when I look at the messages, I got, like, for my sample, 174 logical reads to 467 logical reads. I got a more complex sample. It's taken from SQL Skills, Jonathan Key Hires. But it's kind of difficult sometimes to come up with demos what gets the results you want to present. And what you see quite often is, like, I got a varchar and an n-varchar, and I do some comparisons with this. So where a varchar column equals the n-varchar variable, and where the n-varchar column equals the varchar column. If you look at the execution plans, we see an index scan in one part and an index seek in the other part. And that's because in one case, the variable type is the lower one and it had to be converted to the higher one. It's the one in the column, and on the other side it's the parameter, and that's easy. So you always have to look at this. In this case, it's like 5,000 some logical reads versus 3,000 some logical reads. So always be careful if you see the exclamation mark, look at it, what it means. It can speed up your queries considerably. Now I got one more example. I want to use the type mismatch on the joining columns. Like, I got two tables. I have the date column and the date text, could join it to the date text column. And in the other part, I join the date columns. Like this here, the type is clean. It's the same on both sides. If I run this, we see the hint here that something is wrong. Looks a little different, the execution plan, but that really doesn't matter. If we look at the results, it's the same. And that doesn't wonder, because I don't have any filter condition. So I read the whole thing anyway. It really didn't matter. But what happened if I use a filter? Like, just looking for one date. Looking at the results, I see here an index scan where I got here an index seek. And if you look at the results, you see that it's less than here. So this implicit conversion does not only happen in work conditions, it happened on join columns too, because it's the same, like, do these two columns match or not? And it's about the same logic, so it's the same conversion. But I wanted to show this example that you have to consider the types and that it's not really always like clear what's happening. And if you are reading everything, then it really doesn't matter. You have the conversion anyway. You read the whole table anyway, so it's a scan anyway. So we got through this. One more point I want to show you at this place. There is a page on the internet. It's called statisticsparser.com. It only works in English language. Like if I have my language on German, and probably if you have it in Bulgarian, it will be the same. You get errors because then this isn't English and it cannot be passed. Like when you see the messages I shown with logical read thread and stuff like this, it takes the text and puts it in a tabular form. Like it's really nice to see what's happening. It's much more readable or easier to understand than the text. And with statistics.io, I just used statistics.io because I wanted to focus on the pages read and not on the time elapsed. If you switch time on, you got the aggregation of the times here too. Now, the next big topic, parameter sniffing. That is something you probably have always heard, and you don't know what it's about. And I just want to explain with really simple examples what parameter sniffing is, and that you have an understanding what it means, where it comes from. But it's, like I said, not a deep dive on how to prevent it. There are sessions on parameter sniffing on itself. So before a query gets executed, SQL Server creates an execution plan. Like it's said, it compiles an execution plan. And this process to create the execution plan is quite expensive, resource expensive, like it takes time and CPU. So it's by design that this process might be skipped and not repeated when it's not necessary. And it works that way that the execution plan gets created for a query the first time, and the parameter at the compilation point determines the execution plan, and subsequent calls to the same SQL will not cause recompilation. That is built in because we want to prevent, or they wanted to prevent, the expensive creation of the execution plan. For even distributed values, this is no problem. But for skewed distribution, a problem occurs. Then the plan might not be optimal. And I show this in an example. First, let's close everything. That's like the procedure what generates a small table. We don't need it. I did it already. And like DBCC shows statistics, shows the histogram SQL Server is using when running the query. Like this histogram, it has like 200 values. Sometimes if the column is, if the table is, if the columns are nullable, or then it has 201, but not more. So there is a limit. And we see here, the way I created it, it's like even distributed. All names have like 4,000. And then I put this Flügel guy in there with 400,000. It's much, much more. And when I do the aggregation with the group by, it's about the same. It just shows that I have much more values than the 200 in the histogram. When I do a select statement, I see that in the uppercase where I'm looking for name 001, I get an index seek and a key lookup. And in the second part where I'm looking for Flügel, I have a clustered index scan. And there's always a tipping point, like when the compiler decides from the statistics I've shown you at the beginning from the histogram, the values I expect are so much that it's much cheaper for me to read the whole thing than using an index. Then it gets a scan. And if it says, oh, I only need a small part, it's much, much easier to get what I want. And if I need some more columns, I do a key lookup. It's not always working, but that's the strategy behind these. And if you look like 22,000 to 270,000 logical reads. So to demonstrate this behavior where it usually happens, if I create a stored procedure what does the same like the queries before. I just use a parameter. I did have this already, but doesn't matter. Now I use this procedure with name 001. Look at the execution plan. Like expected, we got the index seek and the key lookup. Now I use the same stored procedure with Flügel. Yeah, small problem. Had to, you see, it takes much longer. I forgot to switch the execution plan on. You see, it takes a little longer. When we look at the execution plan, surprise. We have the index seek and the key lookup. Excuse me, I'm right back. I'm back again. There was a problem with my door. We don't have the index scan for the big results. We have the index seek and the key lookup. And what did happen? And if you look at the properties, we see parameter list. And there we see that the parameter compiled value is 1 and the parameter runtime value is Flügel, like name 1 versus Flügel. And there we get the hint that something is different because the plan was compiled for 1 parameter and it gets reused and we don't the result that we expect. And if you look at it, it's quite a lot of rows. That usually happens if you get the wrong execution plan, where a scan would be better, like it uses a seek and then it does an immense number of key lookups to get to the results. Now we can free the proc cache. Don't do this in production. You might get in trouble. Just that means that we throw the compiled plan out of the cache and start all over again. Now we run it the first time for Flügel. And see, we got the execution plan we expected, like for the big result set. Now we call it for name 1. And we got the execution plan for the big result set, but this time it's not as bad because we don't have so many results, so many rows in the result set. If we go back to the PowerPoint, it's like just what happened before. We can compare the results, and we see that usually the problem is this case. We use one plan, where for one result we get a small number of rows, like 12,000, but in the wrong case, for the big number of rows, we got over 1 million. In the second time, if we start with Flügel, we get for one the optimal, we got a problem for the other one, and it depends how often this thing will get called. If it's like once in a while, it probably doesn't matter. If it's 100 times a second, it will cause problems. So there are different solutions to this problem with option recompile, optimize for unknown, or whatever, but that is out of the scope of this presentation. I wanted to show what parameter sniffing means, that you have a clear understanding when it can happen. And usually the problem is that at compile time, you have a value and that dictates the behavior of the plan, and that will be used for a different parameter at another time. And the difference is not only seek versus scan, it also determines what indexes are used, how the table is built, if it's parallel, if it's not parallel, the memory is granted for things like this. And a plan gets invalidated when it will be, when the SQL statement gets create new, like if I do the new procedure, then the old one gets thrown away. And with the new start, new index, and new statistics, the execution plan gets thrown away and a new one will be built. So usually that's one of the typical patterns that when this happens, it's usually like, oh, on Friday when I left, it was fast, but on Monday, it's the same. Like, why is it slow? Yeah, maybe there was a maintenance, the server shut down, or whatever. And now you got a hint what might be the cause of this problem. Like on Friday, you run it with one set of parameters, it works fine. And by accident on Monday, the server came up and somebody used the not so optimal parameter and things went wrong. Now I want to show some just nice T-SQL, I find. SQL Server doesn't supply you with a inbuilt function, what's often called a tally table, like where you have numbers, like 1 to n or whatever. But you need this sometimes, and there are several ways to achieve this. Often, not that optimal. You see this like a cross join on system tables. You say there are enough numbers, and then you just get the numbers you want. It's working fine, no problem. The second method you see quite often is a recursive CTE. Like, it works fine, but the problem with recursive CTEs is you have to set max recursion. Otherwise, you get an error. And it's not that fast usually. And you can set, like, the biggest number you can set is 32,000 something, or you can, I believe, a 0 in there, and then it goes till the server blows up. So that's highly risky. And then there comes my favorite, Itzig Ben-Gan. It's quite old, like it's from 2010 or maybe even earlier. And he built this with cascading CTEs. He builds a function like this way. And when we call the function for get numbers, it's really fast. The nice thing on this is if you look at the execution plan, it's looking quite interesting. So if you really need, you can reduce the number of CTEs, but usually it works really well. And one real life example for me is to generate a list of dates. And in one example, I needed not a list of days, but like 15 minutes intervals. And when I call this, I got like dates from 2020. It's really nice, and you see it's really fast. And in the second time, I got 15-minute intervals. So keep this in mind. One example where it was used formerly, I put the link in the table from Jeff Modem. He's the guy who framed this famous quote, Wilbur. He used this for splitting like text. Now we have the string split function, but that's not always the case. In old version, I don't know, I think string split came in 2016. So you can, I just got a sample. I don't explain it. I just want to show it once. And you see it's the same results with the numbers function used and string split. And I just want to point out, string split doesn't give you any option to say, like here, this was at position 1, 2, 3. Like the article says, you can easily extend the above example if you need the position where the text had been. So that was a nice example on that one. Now the next big topic, cursors. I just use this example to show how one topic is possible to achieve in several different ways. And usually if you look at the internet and in most literature, you see on cursors, you see the definition. And then a fetch, then evaluate, and then a fetch again. And what's quite not so cool, in my opinion, and in the opinion of Erlen Summerskog, I put a reference on an article. He writes some articles on topics what want to be books, like it's quite lengthy, but it's really good to read. It works. It's just a dummy example. But what I wanted to show, the way he advocates is I can use a condition, then only do the fetch one time, check, and break if it's wrong. So I got the fetch only one time. And one thing I want to point out, usually with these examples, you have to clean up afterwards, like close the cursor and deallocate it. It's just plain simple, just works, no problem. But then there's a possibility to declare the cursor as a variable, set it like before, one fetch. And if it's a variable, I don't have to clean up. If it goes out of scope, it's vanished. So it's quite nice to use. Here I put another topic in there. I used raise message with no wait. Usually when you print a text in a cursor and you loop over tables or whatever, you see nothing happens, and then you suddenly have 100 messages, and then for a while everything stops again. And with this raise error with no wait, you see it right away. It's no difference here because it's really fast, but then you see the messages pop up one by one, at least for a longer time. You can screw this up when you're leaving the tab and activate, deactivate, but usually it's much more desirable that you read where you are in the cursor than with just the print statement. And for completeness, I put here the same with dynamic SQL, just that I have everything together and don't have to search when I need dynamic SQL. Now we are coming to an end. One more thing about cursor. Usually when I look through the literature, Itzig Ben-Gan was using fast forward and Alan Summerskog was using static. And in one of the presentations I did to the people at my job, somebody asked, what is faster, fast forward or static? So I was not sure. And just to read somewhere wasn't enough for me. But Aaron Bertrand, he's one of the guys on my list, quite high. He does a lot of measurements on performance. And he said he uses always for cursors local fast forward. I put the link in here so you can read it up. It's just for completeness. Somebody asked me what is faster. According to Aaron Bertrand, fast forward is slightly faster than static, not that much. Now we are coming to an end. Stored procedures using a temporary table. Usually, if you want to access like temporary data, you use this double hash mark to create a global temporary table. I try to prevent it because I find, in my opinion, it's just not that clean, that I'm not in charge of the topics I want to use only by myself, that other people can see it or use it or whatever. It's possible to use stored procedures, to use local temporary tables from stored procedures, but not from every stored procedure, only from child procedures. That means one that you call after you have defined the table. And it's not for free. Like it prevents plan reuse. It just means it creates a new execution plan. We used it a lot for deduplication of code in legacy applications. I just want to show some basics. Like I create a stored procedure, what selects some columns from a temp table and then updates these columns. I got this already, but now I test this. You see, here I create the temp table, then I execute the procedure was calling the table, and here I check the results where I expect the updated columns. Nice, works like expected. That's the original, that's the multiplied by 10. Then I try to do the same with dynamic SQL. Like I create a temp table here in the dynamic statement, execute it, and then I want to execute my procedure what accesses the temp table. Run this, boom. So what happens? It's quite clear, like these procedures are kind of on the same level. This is a different session context when this creates. So at this point, this procedure doesn't know what's happening here. So one way to prevent it is to build really, really complex dynamic SQL in concatenating everything I want to. In this case, it works, but it's quite uncool. And if you use this for complex scenarios, it's getting out of hand and it might be really difficult to debug. And then there is an interesting approach I didn't know for a long time. Like it's just necessary to create the table first. I create a temp table. Just had a dummy variable in there. Then alter the table. 2 test steps. I add the columns I need and drop the dummy. Then I insert values into the table. I could do this dynamic too, but here I have my table and then look at the results. And that's it. I think under circumstances, this is quite usable, but handle with care. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope I was not alone. And I would be interested if it's interesting to build presentation like this, where it's not really a deep dive, but just mentioning a couple of things, just to be aware of it and not going deep into one and tell everything about one topic. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Reinhard. If you, some of the attendees have a question, you can write it in the chat in the questions part to be able to ask him, or you can raise your hand to give you the rights to ask him directly by microphone.
Like I said, I will load everything up today. It should be tomorrow on the site.
Perfect. For the moment, I don't see any questions. So if you want to ask, you have a minute to do it.
So there has been an audience. I have not been alone, yeah?
Yeah, you have audience. I've been also here all the time, so you're not alone.
It's quite weird. It's the first time I do a complete virtual presentation, and I like the interaction. I don't like sitting here at my monitor, but what can we do?
It's strange times.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have any questions. And thank you for your presentation, Reinhard. I hope that I'm saying your name well, correctly.
Yeah, sure. And hope to see you next year in person.
I hope to. And have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises, and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
So we're back again with the SQLSaturday Plovdiv, and now we're going to start with our next presenter, who is Rui Romano, with the Big Brother Your Power BI deployment. So hello Rui. Can you hear me? Kai, can you hear me now? I'm not able to hear you. Okay, so we'll check what's the issue.
Hello?
I can see you. Great, perfect. Now I can hear you.
I don't know. It
Okay.
was something with my headset. The microphone wasn't working. I'm sorry for that.
No worries. I can see your screen now.
Okay. Shall I start? You can see
Yeah.
the screen? Okay.
Yeah, I see. Good luck.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak at SQLSaturday Plovdiv. It's that I'm pronouncing correctly, I hope. And thank you all for attending. First, thanking our sponsors because they are really important into making this type of events happening and to support these communities. A little bit about myself. My name is Rui Romano. I'm a business intelligence expert from Portugal. I work at DevScope, where I lead the business intelligence consultancy team. I'm a data engineer, Power BI addict, data architect. So I work with data all my work life. I really enjoy it, and it's more like an hobby to me. And these are my contacts. So I already uploaded the slides into the SQLSaturday website, so you can download the slides there. And the agenda for today, so the session is called Big Brother Your Power BI Tenant. So the idea is to show you how important and why you need to do it if you are working in Power BI and if you are in any case responsible for the Power BI implementation in your company. And then we'll go to a demo. So I will show you the end result and what you can do with it. And then I will also show you how to do it and how you can, in the end, build this yourself. Send me an email if you want for me to provide you the bits and the scripts and the Power BI report that I'm going to show you. So don't worry about understanding everything in detail. Worry about understanding what's required and why this is important. In the end, I will share with you the code and we can chat by email and I can explain in a greater detail. Okay, very well. So first of all, if you work in Power BI, if you are, let's say, a BI developer in your company, and you cannot answer these types of questions. So, for example, what's the most active user in your organization? Do you know who he is? How is content being shared between the users? Are they using workspaces or apps or published web? What do exists inside the personal workspace of each user? So in Power BI, you have a notion of workspaces that are kind of areas where you can publish your reports, but every user has a personal workspace. And it's not actually a best practice to publish things on a personal workspace and share with others. What's the most used data source? Is files, is SQL Server, is Oracle data sources, is SAP? Are anyone connecting to the production database that you don't want to connect? Which report is the most used? So sometimes if I ask a BI developer or a BI team which report is the most used, probably they will tell me it's a report that gave them more work. But that's not, sometimes that's not the reality. So do your users access from the browser? Which browser? Do they access Power BI from mobile applications? Do they use Excel? Are any datasets or reports not being used for more than a year and they are just stalling there? And probably those datasets consume a lot of resources, but no one uses them. So how many users do you pay a license and they actually don't use Power BI in more than 3 months? And you have a lot other sets of users that want to have a license. They want to use Power BI and they cannot do it. So if you cannot answer these questions, then you really need to start ASAP collecting this data and doing this type and have a way to answer these questions. And it's really important in every business intelligence application to do the BI of the BI. It's really important to monitor what is to monitor the data to get the answers to those questions. Because if you are not doing it, I can tell you, and I can tell you from experience, that you have a reality check, a big reality check ahead of you. Okay, and the entire goal of this session is to really show you why this is important. So let's start with the demo. So the final result of all of this is a Power BI report like this that will show you the activity and the metadata of the entire tenant. So we are not talking about monitoring the usage inside a workspace. We are talking about monitoring the entire Power BI tenant. Because if you go to Power BI, there is actually out-of-the-box solution that you can go to the report, and you have this open usage metrics here, and you can click, and it will show you who is using this report, but only this report from this workspace. So you don't have the entire tenant view. The thing that you have more close to that is you need to be a Power BI admin, and it's a dashboard that shows up in this usage metrics, but this is, you cannot customize it. It's not interactive, so it's not very good in terms of the entire tenant monitoring. So in this Power BI report that I will show you, just consider and know that this is for everything. So you need to have any kind of admin access to get this data and then to process it. But let me show you the reports step by step. So first, we have the most important asset in terms of monitoring of Power BI tenants is the activity. So, and in the activity, you have everything that your users are doing inside the tenant. So the first thing that I'm showing is I have 68,000 logs. I have 1,457 authoring. So authoring means people creating things like creating a report, modifying a report. I have 53,000 data views. So data views are actually viewing a report, analyzing a data set from a Excel application, analyzing a dashboard. So, and the first thing that I show is just a trend. So as a Power BI admin, it's important to me to know if I'm getting more usage through time. So, and I can expand and see the trend, and I can actually use create a trend line to show that, okay, it's increasing. So my usage in Power BI is increasing. Then I have this dashboard, this reporting here, this visual that is telling me month by month the actual data view. So I'm focusing only on data views. So if someone is just viewing something, and I not only see that I have an increase on data views every month, but I also see that I have an increase in authoring. So if I'm the BI admin of the organization, it's important for me to know if people are actually creating things, if they are getting engaged with a Power BI tenant. And then another thing that is also really important is this distinct user. So I'm onboarding new people. When you release a new Power BI report or a new Power BI implementation, it's also important to measure if you're getting usage. So the number of distinct users by month, and of course, this is Power BI, so I can drill down and see it by date, and see it by month, drill up and see it by month. So this chart is really important for the active monitoring. Just aggregated view. I even do a classification of the operations. So I have data views, and I can drill down and see inside of data views what type of data view. Is a view of reports, is a view of dashboard, and I can click, and this is one more time, it's Power BI. I can click and I can see, okay, only data views and the distinct users for those data views. When they are viewing a report, do they do it mostly in the afternoon or in the morning? So I can immediately see that most of my users, they are more active in the afternoon at Tuesdays, since ever. So I'm seeing data for the entire year in this case, is actually our DevScope tenant. And I can see that most of the users, I can drill down and see it's at 4 o'clock. They are the most active. So this is a heat map represented as a table. So, and I can do even more. So if I want, as an admin, I could be worried about the exports. So who are exporting data from our tenants? So I'm actually the culprit here. So I'm the person inside the tenant that is actually exporting data. Why? Because I'm using scripts to extract this data. So, and this gets monitored also, which is also nice. So the first part is more on a global view on the users, but then I also have the user. So I can see that, hey, Alexandre is the user inside the company, and he came from the browser. So he's using mostly the browser. He's the most active user inside DevScope. And then comes me, and I use a lot of things. So I use the browser, I use mobile application a lot. When I use mobile, I can click on mobile now, and I can see that these are the reports or the workspaces that I access in the mobile application. And these are the Power BI apps that I access in the mobile application, and the data sets that I access in the mobile application. So just with this page, I can answer a lot of questions, and I can explain the usability in my Power BI tenant in a great detail. And another thing that is really important is, so let's say, okay, I want to see the exports. I see that I have a lot of exports in this for me, and I want to know what have I exported. So I can right-click, drill through to another page that will show me the exact detail. So at which time I'm doing that export, in which operating system, which IP did I use to access this to do this export operation. So one more time, you can do a top-down analysis and see these all this information just by accessing this page. So, and this is the activity. So this is the first part. Then we have the second part, metadata. So metadata in Power BI, a metadata is a workspace. It's a report. It's a dashboard. It's a data set. So everything that you create in Power BI, actually behind the scenes has some metadata, and you can get this metadata And you can see, and I can see immediately that I have 300 workspaces in my company. And I actually have 66 workspaces from personal workspace. And inside this personal workspace, I have a lot of personal workspaces with a lot of reports. So for example, João workspace has these reports. So he actually copied or created reports inside his workspace. I can see, okay, which data sets at the data set level. So data sets and reports are the most important assets in Power BI. So in data sets, who is the most active creator and configurator of data sets inside the company? So it's myself and Quintino. Another thing that's nowadays is not so important as a few months ago. So the workspaces, are they Teams workspaces, Office 365 workspaces, or are they standard and V2 workspaces? I can see this here. I can even go and filter and only focus on dataset and workspaces that are with premium capacity. So, and I can just filter is dedicated capacity true, and I will see the amount of workspaces that they have on a dedicated capacity. And keeping on the metadata, we also have the data sources. So data sources is really, really important. So in my tenants, most of the data sources, they come from files. And this makes sense because we do a lot of demos and we do a lot of working with Excel files. As a start small, grow big implementation. So, and if I could click on a file, I can see the workspaces, the data sets, which file I'm actually using, or it's actually connecting. And this is also important. For example, I have a customer that demanded that, okay, no one can use local files. Everyone needs to use SharePoint or OneDrive. So, and they were monitoring if there is a file. So they have this monitor solution installed, and they were monitoring if there is any data set that connects to a file with a path like C or D, or with a local file path connection. And if there is, you know who is the guy, and then you will send them an email saying, okay, you need to migrate those files to OneDrive, and there is a procedure and how to do it. This is documented. Just follow this procedure and just do it. So, and of course, that I can also see on the actual data sources. So SQL data sources, which databases I'm connecting to. I can see, for example, okay, I want to know who is connecting to production database. I have another customer that didn't allow to have connections to the production SAP server. But you know that sometimes the business, they found ways around it, and they found a connection to get to the database, and they built a Power BI report connecting to that database, and that gets monitored here also. So you can see at the data source level, which is really, really important, because every Power BI will have a data source. You can see which data sources are actually being used and what types of data sources. And you can even do some types of search operations. So I can search for a specific server, so CRM, and this will show me all data sources that have CRM inside the connection. Okay. So another thing that is really, really important is the users. So the configuration, the security. So how many admins do you have in your workspaces? Who are those admins? Okay. Are you using service principals? Are you using groups to assign the permissions? Do you want to know, for example, I want to know where my user is configured on every workspace in my tenants. And I filter myself, and I can see that I'm an admin in a lot of workspaces. And I can do this for every user that I have inside my company. So monitoring users and user security is also something really important. And of course, money. So You buy 100 licenses, you have 200 users. So do the people that you assigned a Power BI license, do they actually use Power BI? So, and you can see that. So you can, okay, I want to filter users with a Power BI activity and with a Power BI license. No, I want to filter users with no Power BI activity and with a Power BI license, and I will see that I have a lot of them at Dexco. So I have Pedro that actually have 2 Power BI licenses assigned to him. He doesn't, I don't even have a record of him accessing the Power BI tenant. Okay. And when I click the user, I can, because I'm going to show you, I'm getting also all the licenses from the Office 365 tenants for each user. So I can see that he has 2 Power BI licenses, the Power BI Premium per user and Power BI Pro. So, and if I'm having stress in managing the 100 licenses that I have, and I want to assign those licenses to another person, this is a way for me to see, okay, if someone is not using this for more than a year, maybe I should just remove the license from him and assign the other person that is actually requesting this from me. Okay. And of course, I can also see the licensing distribution inside the old tenant. So I can see that they have actually 87 Power BI Pro licenses. And last but not least, the no activity. So, and this is really important because in a big enterprise, you could end up with thousands of reports. And you can end up with thousands of reports that actually no one uses. And this is important to monitor. So this is really important to know that there is a workspace, Remax Power BI Evolution, in the tenant that actually has a report, Remax Demo, that is not used. It was used. I have records of using, but it's not being used for more than 344 days. And there is a lot of others that these ones, they actually don't have any kind of activity. So, and they should be maybe deleted, deprecated, and I can actually also see, okay, I want to only see reports that are not being used for more than 300 days, and this will filter the everything that is not being used for more than 300 days. And this is not only for reports. I can see at the dataset level, I can see at the user level, so the users, we just spoke about it, and I can see at operation. So no one changed the gateway administrator for more than 339 days. No one deleted the data flow for more than 296 days. So no activity, looking at no activity and measuring that, and I'm doing that, creating some special measures that I will show, it's also really, really important. So this is the end result. So this is what you will get, and this is what, after you fetch the data and get the data, you can build this. This is actually not hard to build. I can share with you the Power BI template, no problem. And it's really, really important. Okay, and believe me, every customer that I'm doing this, it was worth it. Okay, and we discovered things like there is a report on a personal workspace that is actually one of the most active reports in the company. So we actually have that case. So there is a personal workspace from Antonio that it actually is one of the workspaces that has more usage. So it's a personal workspace. Actually, the third most active workspace inside the whole company is a personal workspace. So, and this sometimes is a really big reality check to an organization. Okay, now let's go into how to build this and how you can build this today. Of course, there are some requirements, and I will explain all of them. So first, this is the architecture of what we are going to do. So the data sources for this are actually 2 APIs. The first one is the Power BI REST API, And on the Power BI REST API, we are going to get the metadata and also the audit logs, the usage log. And we also need to go to the Graph API to get the users, so the actual username, not the user name, so the display name of the user, because otherwise the audit logs only get you the user ID, so the UPN, the email of the user. So we go to the Graph API to actually get the username, the user display name, and also the licenses of each user and the name of those licenses. So these are the data sources. Then, as the extract operation, we are going to build 3 PowerShell scripts, one for each activity. So we have a Power BI script to fetch the audit logs from the REST API. We have a PowerShell script to fetch the catalog, so the metadata from the REST API, Power BI REST API, and we also have a PowerShell script to fetch the users and the licenses. And then we store the data in a local folder, and we have a Power BI report and dataset that reads this local folder and builds that dashboard that I just showed you. Now, of course, that this is not the best architecture. This is the most simplistic architecture for me to give to you and for you to start using. Of course, that in a customer, I don't do it this way. So normally, if the customer has Azure, I will build everything in Azure. Instead of using a PowerShell script, I will do an Azure function, for example, or a logic apps. But mostly, Azure function is the best because there are some throttling issues with the API. So and handling that in the Azure function is not so good. And instead of storing the data in a local folder, we should store the data in the data lake, for example, or any kind of database. And in the end, the report will just read this data from the database. So, but this is the most simplistic architecture, just to keep things simple. But in the end, the data set, the report, the Power BI report is the same because we are actually getting files and storing the files in some location, and the Power BI data set will need to go to that location and get the files. Okay. So first, just a recap of the data sources. So first, the Power BI metadata, we use the Power BI REST API. So REST API, you can find the documentation. It's really good. So and the REST API, you have a lot of APIs by operation groups. We are mostly going to use the admin operation group, so the admin APIs. And on the admin APIs, we are going to use 3 APIs from here. So first, for the catalog, for the metadata, there is this API, get groups as admin, and this get groups as admin, it allows you to get all the workspaces that exist inside the tenant, and you can actually expand for each workspace. You can get in a single call the data sets, the reports, the dashboards that reside inside that workspace, which is pretty nice. So the first API is the REST API from Power BI metadata. We also use another admin API for the dataset data sources. So this is actually not on the get groups. It's on the get data sources as admin. So for each dataset from the workspace, I'm going to call the API to get all the data sources for that dataset. And we also use, and this is probably the most important one, the Power BI admin API of activity events. And this is another one that is in. Getting blind. Okay, it's here. The get activity events. Actually, I think that this has a year or 2 years. So before that, this is actually audit logs from the Office 365 tenants. So before this admin API, we needed to use the Office 365 management APIs. Right now we don't, so the only thing we need is to have permission to call this admin API from the Power BI tenant. And when you call it, this will get the activity with a JSON file with a collection of fields with the activity of your user. So I have the operation view report of this user on this organization. Okay, this is the activity. It's actually that first part of the demo. And last, we have the Graph API. And the Graph API, it's a Microsoft API where you can, for example, list all the users inside of your tenant. One thing that is really nice about the Graph API is this Graph Explorer, where you can just click it and you can run the queries and see as a trial. You don't even need to have. So if you want to try it with your tenant, you need to sign in and be authorized to do that. But if you don't sign in, they have like a playground that you can just, okay, I want to get all the users, and you can see the actual results that you will get. Okay, so we are going to use users and subscribed SKUs. I think this is like this. Okay, the subscribed SKUs will get you the licenses that your company bought and is consuming, the amount of licenses that they are consuming, and also the name of the license, because on the users, we get the assigned license for each user, but not with a name. Okay, and these are the data sources. They are here just for a reference. Now, one of the things that are probably, if you build everything by yourself, it will probably what will give you more work. It's on the authentication. And to authentication, all these APIs that we are going to connect, they all use OAuth 2.0. And we actually have 3 authentication flows possible. So the first one we can do is the client credential flow. Fortunately, and yesterday, before yesterday, they released it's now possible to use service principal for the admin APIs. So before Thursday, this wasn't possible because you needed to use a Power BI administrator account to get the metadata and the audit logs. So right now you don't need to. So you can use a service principal. That's way better, more secure. So you don't need to have an actual user and password. You need to have a client ID and a secret, of course, but it's way better to manage from the admin for the admin and to give you and to manage that secret. And this is the one that I recommend, and this is the one that I built the scripts to use. You can also use a device code flow. So the device code flow, you need to have a Power BI administrator account, but you don't need to store the username and password inside the inside a script. You can use a device code flow, and this will give you a code. You authenticate with that code, and then you will have the secret or the token to communicate with the API. And it is also possible to use username and password. I highly don't recommend you to do it because this will require you to have, even if it's encrypted in the script, the actual password of a Power BI administrator that anyone can get and log on, and so it's not so secure. So we have these 3, and as I've said, we are going to use the Azure AD service principal. So, and how do you create that? So these are the steps. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to go to the Azure AD Active Directory, and in here you go to the Azure portal, you go to Azure Active Directory, and of course that you may not have the right to do it, okay? But if you don't have the right to do it, you can ask someone to do it for you. So, and in here you have this app registration. So you click here, and now you just need to create a new registration of an app. You give the name of the app, give it a good name like Power BI Monitor service principal. So you create that. You register. I'm not going to do it. I will show you a one that was already created, because otherwise I already have a lot in this tenant. So when you create that service principal, you will get to this screen. And now what you need to do is you need to copy this client ID. So this is one of the things that you need for the script. You need to also copy the tenant ID, so client ID and tenant ID, and you need to generate, or the administrator need to generate a secret. So new client secret, you can give it a name, you can say that it expires in a year or two or never, and you create it, you copy this secret, and you save it. So you need to save the client ID, the client secret, and the tenant ID. And now you have an extra step to be able to communicate with the Power BI API. So to communicate with the Power BI API with the service principal, so that your Power BI admin, or yourself, if you are the Power BI admin, you need to go to the tenant settings, and you need to have to configure two tenant settings. So the first one is you need to allow service principals to use Power BI APIs. This is disabled by default. And to allow it, you need to create a security group. I will show you how to do it. Assign or add the service principal into that security group, and do the same for and add that security group into the allow service principals to use the Power BI APIs tenant setting. And you also need to add that security group to allow service principals to use the read-only Power BI admin APIs. So this is the new thing that was just released. And the security group is actually a group. It's an Azure AD group. So you go here, you create the group, you give it a name. I won't do it. Okay, and I already have one here. So there are Power BI monitor service principals, and you just need to add service principal. So you click add members, and you find the service principal that you just created, and you just add it to the group. And this will allow you, so just like this will allow you to use that service principal, and I will show you how to do it, to communicate with REST API and to fetch the catalog, the metadata, and to also fetch the audit logs. That is an extra step, because if you want to also have the licenses and the user display name, you also need to communicate with the Graph API. And to communicate with the Graph API, you need to go to that service principal that you just created, and the admin, so the organization admin, needs to allow this service principal to have these two sets of permissions. So this service principal will have the right to read the entire organization information, so licenses, and the entire user catalog. So you will have the rights to read data from all the users inside the company. Read data, the personal data, so the display name, the licenses that each user has. And to do that, you need to add permission. You select Microsoft Graph, you select application permissions, and you search here user.read.how, and you click it, and you do the same for organization read all. And in the end, you just need to grant this as an admin. So you need to be actual tenant admin to do it. This is optional. Okay? This is actually a big level permission, but if you want to have this monitor solution with the user names and the licenses for each user, you need to do it. Okay, and that's it. So after it, when you have this, you save the application ID, the secret, and the tenant, and you don't need the IT anymore. So you have everything you need to get the data, to store the data, and to explore these things on your own. Let me just show you what do we do with this. So I have a script. It's not the final script, but it's just to show you. So I can just run it. So the first thing that I'm doing, I'm not putting the client secret and the application ID and the application secret inside the scripts because I don't want to share that. But I have a JSON file similar to this one. It just has the application ID and the tenant ID and the app secret. So you can do this, or you can put it in scripts. If you put it in a script, or even if you put it in the file, try to put this in a specific secret in any kind of secure location, like Azure the Vault, for example. And so again, that's principle. This is the first part of the code. I read the app ID, the secret, and the tenant ID. I'm using a PowerShell module that I created. It's called Power BI IPS. This is open source. It's at GitHub. But you can also use, there is also a PowerShell module from Microsoft. It works the same. The only reason I use this is because it's more convenient for me because I can change anything I need. But you can use the template that I'm going to show you also works with a Microsoft PowerShell module. So the first thing that I do is you need to get the token. And to get the token, I have this command bot, get Power BI auth token. I need to provide the app ID, the app secrets, and the tenant ID. And after I do it, this will get me the token. And with this token, I can start calling the REST API. So if I want to get from my tenants as an admin all the groups that exist, I can just call my orgs groups. And no, this is all the groups that the service principal has access to. We are not still calling as the admin. So I just call the invoke REST method as a get to the groups, and I need to pass the authorization header, the better token. Let's run it, and this will get me all the workspaces. So in the value, you'll find all the workspaces, the IDs, the names. It's with the metadata for those workspaces. And I can also get for example, the reports from a group. How I am guessing URLs, I'm not guessing it. If you go to the documentation, for example, the groups, this, and you go to the get groups. This is the API that I'm calling. So get groups, and it will return this payload for me. This is a payload that is returning. Now, in all the code, I don't use the invoke REST method because on the Power BI IPS module, I have this special command that it's invoke Power BI request that I can just give the authentication token and the resource that I want. So the groups, for example, I don't need to provide the actual URL. And this special commandlet, it will handle a lot of things for me. It will handle pagination. It will read that value, not returning as a JSON. If I want to read, for example, the reports from a workspace, I can just ask for the reports and specify a parameter group ID, and this will get the report from that workspace. I can do the same for the workspaces, and I can invoke the admin API. So, and to invoke an admin API, I can call groups, specify a parameter. So in this case, I only want the top 5 workspaces. I want to expand for each workspace the reports in the dataset, and I want to call this as an admin. So I just need to pass this flag admin. Let's call it, and this will get me all the workspaces with the related and expanded data in it. So this is how you call the APIs. Now let's go to the script. So the first script to get this data. So now we are at the stage of we need to get the data. So we need to extract the data to work with it. And to work with the data, the first script that we are going to build is a Power BI audit logs. So this is a script, a PowerShell script that will incrementally query the Power BI activity API as an admin. It can only go back for 7 days. So if you are not getting this data, you are losing data. So you need to, even if you don't use it, if you are an admin of a Power BI or responsible for Power BI, you need to do it because you are losing very important data that you might need in the future. So the Power BI audit logs, it's a very, very simplistic script Okay, it's probably the most simple of all. And what it's doing is it's a PowerShell script that has two parameters, start time and end time. So you can only go back 7 days. If you try to go more than 7 days, you will get an error. So I want to get data from 4 days ago until today. So these are the parameters. Then I'm doing the service principal, same thing that we did before in the other scripts, and getting the authentication token. And then I'm just, so this is actually the core of the script is these few lines. So I'm doing a loop day by day. I'm getting the data. So I'm calling the activity events API as an admin. So I'm getting the data. So and this admin API, I need to provide a start time and an end time. So I'm providing the day, the start time as midnight of today until the last second of today date. So this is I'm getting data daily, day by day. So and I get this data, and for each day, I'm starting in an output file in the output path as a file for each, a JSON file for each day. So the data will show up in here like this. So each day we'll have a JSON file with the actual activity logs in it. So if I open it, this is what we will get. And to do that, you only need to call this script every day, and maybe you can go back every 2 days and just let it run, and it will have the activity logs for you. So this is the fetch activity. So nothing too complex in here. Now, another script, it's the catalog. So this is actually the most complex one. By the way, I'm not building this from scratch because this will require me at least a couple of more hours. So I will just overview the script and then I will explain what I'm doing. Okay. So the next script, the Power BI catalog, is the most complex of all. That is a new way to get this data. That is also new. When on the blog post that the Power BI team just released, that is a new async API. I try to use it. I try to update my script with this new API. But there are some things that are missing, so I still use the old groups with expand. It's a little bit slower, so the new async API will allow you to get data much faster. Okay, so this fetch catalog API, it's in here. So it's a little bit more complex script. So it's not where it's 150 lines of code, more or less. So same thing, we get the authentication token. After we get the authentication token, we need to get the workspaces. So we are calling the admin API of groups. And I want to get the top 5,000. So you can only get 5,000 workspaces at a time, max. So if you have more than 5,000 workspaces, you need to loop this. So you need to use the skip and top parameter and loop this. So I haven't done it for the sake of simplicity, but you need to do it if you have more than 5,000 workspaces. It's not very common to have 5,000 Power BI workspaces, but it can happen. I've seen it happen. Then I save the workspaces into a file. So I will save into separate files. I want to save, even if I get the workspaces with the data sets and the reports, I want to save the files into separate JSON files, because this will make simpler to read. And if in the future they separate this, I will be ready for that. So in the end, we will end up with a collection of these 7 files. So I want to save a workspace files with all the information from the workspaces from my tenant. So the ID, the name, the state, because we also get deleted workspaces from here. So this is the first part. And in this script, I'm just, because on this variable, I also have the properties for the data sets and the reports. I want to exclude those. And the only thing that I'm doing is excluding the properties and saving this file into the workspace JSON. And then for each property, because this is actually a parameter, so I want to expand datasets, dashboards, REST reports, and users. For each property, I'm saving a separate file. So, and this is this part of the code. So I'm looping each expense, and I'm getting the property from the workspace variable, and I'm just saving it into workspace users, workspace datasets, workspace reports. So everyone, this is just a for each that will do that. And we cannot end it here because there are two more pieces of information that I want. The first one is I want to get to the data sources. So this is another API that we need to call. So now I'm going to loop all the workspaces that from workspaces that are active, and they have data sets. So I'm only interested with workspaces with actual data sets, because I could have a workspace with only reports. And the new V2 workspaces, because these APIs won't work with the older one. And for each workspace, I'm going to loop all the data sets. And for each data set, I'm going to get to the data sources. So I'm fetching now another API, data sets, ID of the data set, and data sources as an admin. And if the data set has a data source, I will collect all that data into an array. And in the end, I'm going to save that array into workspaces, data sets, data sources. And I'm also doing the same from data sets for the data set history. The problem with this is the refresh history, I cannot get it as an admin. So you need to get it by directly accessing to the workspace. What this means is that the service principal that you are going to use to get the refresh data, so the refresh, it will allow you to do a report like this. So you will see the amount of refreshes per hour, the average refresh duration for a specific data set. So if it's increasing, if it's getting the same, so you can. This is also some pretty nice information that you can get. But you need to add a service principal into each workspace that you want to monitor. What I mean about that is you need to go to the service principal that you want to monitor. You need to go to access, and you need to add the service principal or the Azure AD group into the workspace. So after you add it, that API will work. Otherwise, you will get unauthorized. So, and I save the refresh history into the file, and in the end, I will save the file. So if I run this, you will see that I'm getting, and now I'm iterating each workspace. So this is the part that takes a little bit while. That is a little bit slower because of the data sources. That is a faster way to do it. If you add the service principal into workspace, you can also use not as a admin API, and this will be way faster. So the new async API will also solve this. But in my experience, a tenant with 1,000 workspaces, it takes like 1 hour to execute. Okay. And last, the graph. So the users and the SKUs. So the users and the SKUs, I also have another script. So fetch users and licenses. So the first part of the script, they are just helper functions. So to get the authentication token, because in here we are going to get the authentication token not as a Power BI authentication token. And I also have a function that reads from the Graph API. And this function is a generic PowerShell commandlet that will allow you to connect to the Graph API. It will handle the throttling. It will handle pagination for you. So every Graph API has this, so you can reuse that. But the core of the script are these lines. So I'm getting the authentication token, same thing. And then I'm getting all the users from my tenant. So I'm reading and calling the Graph API. I can select and specify the fields that I want. So I don't want all the fields. So these are the only fields that I need. I'm also getting the subscribed SKUs, so the actual licenses for the company. If I run it, this runs really fast. So this is something in a company with 1,000 of users. It will take a couple of minutes, but this runs really fast. So in the end, we have the data. So we have in the folder activity all the activity for my Power BI tenant, in the catalog a folder, because I want to snapshot every time I run the catalog. I want to snapshot with the dashboards and data sets for that day. And in the end, we also have the graph data. So you also need to be careful about the API throttling. So all these APIs, they have throttling. For example, the get activity events, it only allows you to call 200 requests per hour. So you can handle this in the script. So basically, if you receive this error, you need to wait the retry after amount of time that they give you until calling another time. So you just need to do some slips. So on big and huge tenants, this is important and you will need to do it. So we have a milestone. So we extracted the data, we stored the data. Now we need to build the data set. So after we have the data, we need to go to Power BI Desktop and build the actual data set. So we start by collecting the data and using Power Query. So how much time do I have? Can anyone help me? Because maybe I need to speed up a little bit. Hello?
I didn't understand what you want to help you, sorry.
How much time do I have left?
4 minutes till the end of presentation.
Okay, so I need to speed up. So I won't show in much detail the data set implementation and the Power BI report implementation. So I already showed you the end result. So I will just briefly explain using the slide. So on the Power Query side, what's important to know that is to first always use parameters. So always, if you are reading from a data folder, so in this case, I'm specifying the data is at this location. You can also, if you have customers in different time zones, you can do a time zone offset, because if you want to analyze usage, this will come in UTC format. So you could need to use a time zone offset. You can even try to filter the data if you want. Then another technique, very important, is this catalog. So it's the proxy. So every time I'm connecting to the files, I don't directly connect to the files. So for the catalog and the metadata, I have a query that is not loaded into the model that just enlists the files that are needed, and all the others, so these ones, they just connect to this one. Why I'm doing that is because if later I move these files into a data lake, I only need to upload and update this Power Query. I don't need to update all the others. So I do that also for the activity. So the activity, I have the activity files, and the same thing for the graph. So always use this. When you are working with files, have this proxy query. I have a link to that explains this technique in another session that I made. So on the data sets level, we actually have two data sets implemented. So I have a data set or a model. So it's one data set, but it's two in one. So I have the catalog, so that will have all the metadata, operations, so workspaces, reports, data sets, the relationship between them, and the activity. And I don't relate one with other. Why? Because the activity, if you delete a report, I'm only getting the last snapshot. So if you delete a report, it will stop by showing in here, and the activity will show that. So this is a way, because on the activity, you actually have the workspace name, the data set name. So I prefer, for simplicity, separate the two. So I have the catalog part and the activity part, and on each page, on each report, I use one or the other. So the actual data model view will be like this. So this is the activity table, and all the catalog, they have a prefix for the catalog. And we also have the users and the licenses. So And the main feature, the main analysis will be the creation of these measures. So the logs, the amount of logs, the amount of data views, the amount of distinct users. So this is actually, I would say that the most complex one measure that I have is actually the no activity part. So on the no activity, you need to actually get the last day and do the last refresh and do a date diff between the two, because all the others, they are very straightforward DAX measures. If you have any kind of experience in Power BI, you will find that this is really easy to do. So we knew we have another milestone. So we created the data set. And in the end, the final milestone is the report. So I'm getting to the end, so I speed up a little bit on this. But on the reports, some tips is use a base theme, because if you use a theme, this will allow you, because if you want to deploy this, if you work in consultant, if you are a consultant and you work in a lot of customers, you want to deploy this with a customer branding. So you should use a theme, because the theme will allow you to, for example, change the colors. So let's change this into green of SQLSaturday. Okay, and writer. So you change the color palette, and the entire dashboard changes. So in themes, this is something that it's out of this scope, but themes is actually a JSON file where you can customize not only the colors but the behaviors of your Power BI report. So that's one recommendation. So because this is a lot of data and a lot of data related with each other, make use of the drill downs and the drill through. So one of the ones that I like the most is I can click and I can use the drill through operation to go into the actual user, so that I can export and see the actual the detail of the audits. And also consider the no activity reports. This is also really important to clean up your Power BI tenants. And this is it. So and just as a recap, these are the milestones. So we extracted the data from those two sets of APIs, so Graph and Power BI APIs. We stored the data into a file store, a file system. We built a Power BI data set, and we built a Power BI report. Remember that this is not the best architecture, so I would highly recommend to use, for example, Azure to do it. Actually, we do that in our customers. So this was the most simplistic approach for me to be able to show you and share with you, and you'll be able to run this at home. So, and this is it. Thank you. I hope that it was that you enjoyed, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Roy. If somebody wants to ask a question, there is an option for questions or in chat to be able to ask him. Currently, there are no questions at the moment, so we'll give a minute to be able to ask if there's something.
Okay, Stefka, this is this being recorded? It's going to be published at
it's already live in Facebook and YouTube channels of SQLSaturday Bulgaria in Facebook and Bulgarian Software Community in YouTube.
Okay, just for me to know. So it's already live on YouTube, you say?
Yes, it's live. You can write Bulgarian Software Community and we'll pick up the channel to see all the tracks from today.
Okay, great. So
there are no questions at the moment, so thank you. Thank you for your time and the interesting presentation, and I hope to see you next year in personal.
I hope that as well. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Have a great day.
Bye bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
Да, може да правиш каквото си искаш. Ако изчакаш 5 минути, може да се привлечем да следвам до магазин да не те зрувам. Добре. Баш на финал и изтрещяна е много. Какво да правя? Да го финишираш. Но преди малко беше.
Абе. Не ми происходит функция.